Just give me a second. Trying to set this up so I don't have to keep resizing it every stream. That's really weird that those zeros don't show up there. Need the detailed timer. Normally things I would have wanted to do before stream, but I just kind of remembered it now, and something about it was bugging me a little bit yesterday, so. I'm doing all right. How are you? Doing all right. What's going on with OBS here? Why is it acting like this? Sorry, just one more minute. I should be ready to go. Guess I'm just gonna have to put up with that. Oh wait, maybe it's fixed now. Okay. I think that fixed it, actually. Okay. Alright, I think I'm finally ready to go here. Okay, hello everyone. Runtime. So, everything's up, clock's ready. Yeah, hopefully get something good today. No way to know until we start, though. So let's get started. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! Just feel like I need some good RNG, and then I'll get a PB. The last couple days, been playing better, so just need the game to kind of work with me a little bit. I can't really stress enough, like the current PB, that's almost as good of RNG as I could reasonably expect in a single run. Ganem 1, Shovel Game 1, Treasure Box Game 1, first test. Like, Ganon was really the only thing that was a little bit suboptimal, but all the other RNG pretty much entirely makes up for that. That's why it was a little bit disappointing to lose yesterday's run, because RNG was okay on it. Like, at the end of the day, the real key is getting a 1 on the shovel game. But everything beyond that really wasn't anything special. So if I could have pulled a PB out of that, that would have been pretty nice. Would have been a much more normal PB. The current PB is really weird, because it's a lot of what was currently my best sections ever, mixed with 3 absolutely abysmal ones, and like 1 or 2 kind of normal ones. Oh, how did that happen? How did I completely miss there? This is a very unusual format for a more mature PB. I mean, like early on when you're speedrunning, you'll have that happen a lot, but this far along, that shouldn't be happening that often. I don't know, I was just particularly locked in that day, and then, again, the game was extremely good to me. Just the really big mistakes that day kind of marred the run. Like, if that run had been as good as it could have potentially been, say I just had normal areas on the 2 areas where I really screwed up, the time would have been close to under an hour and 57 minutes, and I would have had to consider how realistic it was for me to beat that PB in any kind of normal time frame. Without, it's like basically sitting there and grinding individual sections out until I could consistently beat my PB times. I mean, that was the situation I was going to find myself in. But not necessarily a bad thing. It means that a PB likely would have been a long way away. Like that can be one of the more frustrating parts of speedrunning, is when you kind of grind it down to the point to where you really are just waiting on all the RNG to line up. And you can be waiting a long time for that. If you're lucky, the game's important RNG elements are fairly early on, so that you can know whether you have something to work with quickly, or there's not too many of them. Unfortunately, this game's got a lot of RNG in it. Most of it's minor, but there's a few major points. And then those points come pretty deep in the game. It's really the main reason I think that this category isn't more popular. Yeah, that is easily the worst one. And the fact that the game takes about 45 seconds to a minute to play by itself is kind of rough, but obviously the worst part is you're 45 minutes in at that point. 45 minutes in. That's a long time to have to wait to determine if your run's going to mean anything or not. Because, realistically, 45 seconds in a speed run, like a difference of 45 seconds in a speed run, is a death sentence. Only because I haven't been doing this that long can I even tolerate not getting a 1 there. Yeah, the thing is, 35 is too low. You need to be digging 37, minimum 36. I don't know if you're aware of how the RNG works on that one, but just... I explain this pretty often, but I'll explain it again. The RNG on that game, for anyone who doesn't know, so you dig holes over a approximately 30-second period, and if you're lucky, the heart piece shows up. Now, the way that the heart piece showing up works is, in order for the heart piece to show up, there is a 1 in 32 chance that it'll show up. However, it will not show up until you have dug 24 holes. From the 25th hole, you have a 1 in 32 chance for the heart piece to show up. So unless you dig 25 holes, you will never, ever, 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 ever get the heart piece to show up. So that's the first barrier, is you have to be able to dig at least 25 holes. That's not that big of an ask. But when your odds are 1 in 32, well, obviously you want to dig as many holes as fast as you can, as furiously as you can. So the difference between digging 35 holes and 37 holes is the difference between an 11 in 32 chance and a 13 in 32 chance, which is pretty significant. 11 in 32 is roughly 1 in 3. 13 in 32 is a little bit over 40%. So you're talking about the difference between a 1 in 3 chance versus a 4 in 10 chance. So 7-8% difference there. That's pretty massive difference. And I'm not sure, but I think it may even be possible to dig 38 holes if you are extremely efficient in your movement. Like, I haven't counted the better people doing it, because you have to see someone do it and then fail in order to see a 38th dig in general. But if you can get to 38, you're getting close to a 50-50 chance, which is huge. Hello, how are you? So that's why, like, 35 holes, like, when I first started, I was digging around 35 holes, and I thought that, because I didn't understand how it worked, I figured 35 holes, well, that's gives it was a 1 in 32 chance, then it'll show up. Now, the other thing at the time was I thought that the heart could be anywhere on the map, and you just had to find it. So I thought it made a difference where you dig. It makes absolutely no difference where you dig. All that matters is dig hole. So that's kind of how that game works. Like, the heart isn't hidden anywhere specific. It's just every time you dig a hole, it has a probability to show up of 1 in 32 from the 25th dig onward within within a single attempt. So it's kind of weird that they did it that way, but that is how they did it. I guess it's better than having it be anywhere on the map, because anywhere on the map you'd be, like, even digging 37 or 38 holes, your odds would still only be like 1 in 3 at best. It'd be actually probably a little bit worse than that. So it's a really weird game, honestly. Now, the treasure box game, that's a little bit different game. I'm actually not exactly sure what the rules are for that game, but I'm pretty sure that it is not actually a 2 out of 16 chance. Or a 16 choose 2 chance. I'm pretty sure it's different than that. And the reason I say that is that having done that game many, many, many times at this point, I've only ever had it go over 10 attempts one time. In the vast majority of my attempts, I get the heart piece within the 4th game, by the 4th game, which tells me that it's probably not a 1 in 16 chance to be in a chest that you open. It's probably better than that, but I can't really speak to that one way or the other for sure. You'd have to ask somebody that actually knows the code. I haven't seen the rules for that game. I've only seen some of them, and I know that this version of the game, the newer version of the game that was released, it works differently than the original Japanese version. The original Japanese version, the heart piece would never show up on the first chest you open, no matter what. Like, it had a 0% chance to show up on the first chest and a 1 in 8 chance on the second. So that's actually pretty rough, because each attempt is about 12 seconds. So again, like, you can get away with maybe 1 miss on that, but if you're going to your second attempt and you still fail, like, for a competitive speedrunner, that is probably going to kill your run. And those 2 games come back to back, really, like, halfway through the game. So it's pretty rough. This version of the game, the heart piece can show up on the first chest. I know that for sure because I've had it happen many times. I've had it, I go into the room and it's literally the first chest I open, and I walk right out and I'm done. But I'm not sure what the odds are, how the odds work on this game. Like, if I had to guess from my experience with it, it's probably every chest you open has a 1 in 8 opportunity to get it, because that's kind of how the odds have played out for me up to this point. So then it becomes, well, okay, well, if the odds are so much better on this version of the game, why does everybody want the original Japanese version? And that's because pretty much everything outside of that, the available bugs and everything on the original Japanese version saves you way more time. The ability to spin dash, the ability to hammer dash, fake flippers, like all these little bugs that get used to save a massive amount of time just dwarf the time save you get from that game. Like, I'm actually not sure if you can do it on the later versions, but on the earlier versions you can beat Ganon without silver arrows. Like, there's all kinds of bugs in that game that you can take advantage of to speed things up. Yeah, 3% is probably just them rounding. It's 1 in 32. Which makes sense from a computing perspective because it's a factor of, or not a factor, it's exponential of 2. And with the memory restrictions they had when this game was originally made, like, you're not going to be dealing with, like, exponentials of 2 for numbers like that. Like 1 in 32 comes out to like 3.2%, 3.2 something percent. 3.3%, something like that, I think. Yeah, the reason that you won't see speedrunners playing that version is what I was talking about. Like, that's an updated version of the game where they took out most of the glitches that people use on speedruns now. Although what's weird is I was actually able to find a speedrun of the Game Boy Advance version of this game, the Four Swords version, and something about that game must play way faster than this version of the game, the Super Nintendo version, because their time through this section was way faster. And they weren't even playing that well. Like, it was faster than, like, world records and things like that. They weren't even playing that well. So there's something about that game where it plays a little bit differently. I don't know what it is, though. But I think in the end, just because of the lack of bugs that exist in the Super Nintendo version, that version's still the faster version. Although for doing something like this, it might actually be faster. For like a glitchless 100% run, it might actually be faster to do that version of the game. I couldn't tell you for sure, though. I think it's probably because it's just harder to get your hands on a real copy of that game, and then to Game Boy Advance to stream it, you would have to emulate it, more or less. Either that, you'd have to pay someone a lot of money to provide you with a modified Game Boy Advance that can be hooked up to an HDMI port, or I don't know, like they've got those retro consoles now, and I think maybe if you have one of those, you can put an original card in and then stream from that. That might be an option. Like Retro Freak or whatever they're called. That might actually be an option. But... Oof. Sorry about that. Wasn't expecting to have to kill the run that way, but... Just, sneeze happened and there wasn't anything I could do about it. That's a shame. That was actually kind of decent. Oh well. At least it's only 7 minutes. Like, if I'd been later in the run, I probably would have just had to just sneeze somewhere. Unfortunately, but this early, I made a cost-benefit analysis and decided it was best to just let that one die. Sorry. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Weekend's been pretty good. Like, I don't know, it's strangely... I don't know, yesterday felt kind of cold, but today doesn't feel that way. Today feels kind of hot. Although I suppose it's that time of year where the weather can be a little bit in between on that, depending on, like, typhoons and rain and things like that. Start this one too. This start's kind of bad. Sorry, that's a pretty bad start. I'm already like a second and a half behind there. Alright. Whoosh. You know, I can't really complain about Japanese weather that much, especially in my part of Japan. Weather here is pretty nice. I mean, if you like snow, it's not the place to live. It does snow every now and then, but like, you're not going to get like lots of snow or anything like that. It'll snow maybe a few times a year. Every now and then you'll have a year where it doesn't snow at all. At least in not any significant fashion. I'm talking about ground level snow too. I can't think of a year where it didn't snow in the mountains at some point. But, you know, the farther north you go, weather changes here a lot. It gets real cold if you go up all the way up to Hokkaido. You know, everyone always says that London's always kind of like dreary and cloudy and stuff like that. I don't know, like I've just never... The only reason I have that image is because everyone says it. Like I've just never kind of drawn that personal conclusion from seeing, you know, like TV or anything like that. I mean, I guess you guys are pretty far up north relative to where I am. Speaking from a latitudinal perspective, which will lead to it naturally being darker throughout the year. Guess that makes sense, somewhat. Yeah, like the Great Lakes in the Midwest, like that's not my kind of weather. Like the Midwest, like if you're out in there in Tornado Alley, that's obviously a problem for reasons that don't need to be explained. But yeah, the Midwest, like just like the snow and the weather you guys get because of, you know, the Arctic stream, and then what am I doing? Why did I swing this way? And just the snowfall from moisture off the lakes. That's pretty rough weather. And then when summer comes, like, you guys get it as hot as anywhere too. That was one of the kind of the I don't know the proper way to say it. I guess just like the weird differences of living here versus living back in the US is like the types of climate and things like that, like natural disasters that you worry about are entirely different. Like back in the US, it's like hurricanes and tornadoes and things like that. Over here, it's like earthquakes, mudslides. I mean, I guess you get typhoons, but where I live, typhoons tend to not to be a big issue. You have to be on more of the southern-facing coasts for that to be an issue. Southern and eastern. It's gonna be terrible. Yeah, we're gonna do that again. I can do better in 602. That's just too much damage if I'm taking that many hits. Like I've just been hit too many times. Tornadoes are, like, luckily I've never personally experienced one. I've had them pass relatively close to where I lived when I was younger. But tornadoes, they're they're not unique to the US, but the kinds of tornadoes you get in the US you really don't see very much anywhere else. Especially like the massively devastating ones. And just the amount of like wind speed and air pressure and force and everything involved in them. Like when you get the really bad ones, it's kind of hard to comprehend unless you've seen the aftermath of it. I mean, like if you get a bad enough one, like there's not going to be much of anything left afterwards. At least anything that's not, you know, like a solid concrete structure or something with, you know, steel beams as... And then that doesn't even get into like the hail. It's one of the things about hail that you don't think about too much, but that's important to understand is the bigger hail gets, the faster it goes. Because when hail is smaller, just like the physics of it, the wind resistance and everything, it kind of prevents it from really picking up too much speed from just falling. But when it gets bigger and heavier, like it actually falls faster and has a lot more force behind it. Much deadlier. Yeah, it's like with the tornado counting, like one of the things I always kind of wonder about that is radar technology is just way better than it was 30 years ago, and I wonder if like part of the reason the count seems higher than it used to be is just because they're just better at detecting them. And then one of the other things too with tornadoes is like, what are you counting as a tornado? Are you just counting the air movement pattern, or does it have to be something that actually, you know, like quote unquote touched down? So I always kind of wondering about with the numbers that they put out for those. I mean, sometimes you really do just get a lot for some reason. It's just the weather works out that way that year. And sometimes like you go the whole year and don't even have to think about it, depending on where you live. If you're out in the plains area of the Midwest, I mean, you're getting them every year, whether you like it or not. That's a much more acceptable time. All right. Finally made it. $40 minutes in. Well, I guess 30 minutes. Since I didn't start streaming until about 4:20, or not streaming, but actual playing. What am I doing? To be fair, I know exactly what happened there. You guys can't see it, but like me trying to reposition my hands on the controller, I was trying to move like with one hand on the controller there, and it didn't go as I hoped. You watch a lot of speedrunning, like one of the things that you'll come across is just the weird ways that people have to hold the controller in order to make speedruns work. Whether it be so that they can mash the buttons quickly or do a button combination that you wouldn't do with a standard controller grip or something like that. You will see people hold the controllers in the most unnatural of ways to do speedruns a lot of times. This game isn't too bad in that respect. Like, I don't really have to do anything too unstandard, but there are times where I need both of my thumbs on the left side of the controller. And that can be awkward depending on which buttons need to be pressed. I'm gonna assume Vegeta was an accident. I think it's Vegeta. Fujita. It's a Japanese guy's name, although I don't know if he was American born or not when he made that scale. Although we can go with Vegeta. That'd get a lot more people interested, probably. Than just some random Japanese dude's name. I think it's Fujita. That's why they use the F. F-U-J-I-T-A. Did I say G? I meant J. F-U-J-I-T-A. Fujita. Obviously insurance companies are not going to do anything that's going to cause them to go out of business. So you're not guaranteed to always get coverage for anything. Like, they're going to do risk assessments in a lot of cases, and if, you know, where you are is determined too much of a risk, well, you're not going to be able to get insurance. But there is tornado insurance. I just don't know how easy it is to get, depending on where you live. Like, if you lived out in the plains in Kansas, I don't know how much it would cost or how easy it'd be to obtain. Like, I know where I lived, you could get tornado insurance. Yeah, like, when I first saw you wrote Vegeta, I thought maybe you were joking or something. You talked about calculating damage and that. I was just thinking about power scaling in Dragon Ball Z, but that's why I asked. Like, I imagine it's probably the same as with flood insurance, and I'm sure it's probably the case in England. If you live somewhere that has a decent chance of flooding, flood insurance is either going to be extremely expensive or not available in the US. Like, if you live in a floodplain, maybe you can find someone to insure you, but you're going to be paying out the nose for it. Like, same as people who build their houses on the Gulf Coast. Like, you might get hurricane insurance, but, you know, good luck. I mean, the thing with tornadoes is that when they hit, they're extremely devastating, but the devastation path isn't nearly as big as something like, you know, a hurricane or an earthquake. It's much more focused and narrow. But when they're really bad, they can be really bad. Oh man, what am I doing? This is ugly. Oh, come on. This is I'm not really sure if this run is going to be worth keeping. Whatever. Let's keep going for now. But this is an extremely ugly time at the moment. Let's see if I can have a good land roll this fight. Oh. Ooh. 57 years rough. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, tornadoes can't really form anywhere that's not fairly flat. Like, really flat, honestly. Like, even smaller mountains can more or less prevent them from forming. But yeah, I mean, tornado insurance is a thing. I couldn't tell you how much it costs, and it varies by region, but I know it does exist. But the American way is, in a lot of cases, just to ask FEMA to handle it after the fact, which is what happens most of the time, honestly. Like, especially with, like, hurricanes and things like that. Which is why a lot of times you'll hear people complaining about why they keep rebuilding on the coast every time there's a hurricane. not because insurance companies are paying for it. Junk run right now. Already overrated. What am I doing today? Doesn't matter, run with garbage. Did they really disband FEMA? They might have taken funding away from it, but disbanding FEMA I don't think is something they can actually just do. It still has a functioning website. Yes, nobody has disbanded FEMA. Might they have cut some funding to it? That wouldn't surprise me. One, two, three, let's go. Why did I do that? All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, I mean, if all FEMA is doing is just providing financial backing, then there's really no problem with that. Like, that statement alone doesn't tell me enough about what the actual intent is. Because if what they're saying is they're going to do it kind of like they've been doing Medicaid distributions and things like that, where instead of the feds handling it directly, they're going to distribute the money to the states, and it's up to the states to decide how to do it, then that's really not a problem. And honestly, the states would probably be happy that way. But it doesn't, I mean, it makes more sense for the states to have their own disaster management teams ready, especially if you're one of those states on the coastline. that has to deal with hurricanes yearly. Because waiting for the feds to show up is going to be less efficient and less direct than the state handling it directly. Like, if that's what the goal is and that's what happens, then that's probably for the best. If it's just like there's no money for it anymore and they're not giving out any money for it anymore, I don't know, like, I'd have to look at what the reasoning was behind it and where FEMA's funding came from in the first place. Because the thing is, if it's budgeted, like, the money has to be... something has to be done with the money. So unless they directly cut the spending from a congressional bill, like, the money's still there, so it's just a question of how it's going to be used at that point. Yeah, so basically exactly what I said. So instead of the feds directly coordinating everything themselves every time there's an emergency, they're going to have the states coordinate it. Which in the end is for the best, because, quite frankly, FEMA's work has been pretty subpar for decades at this point. And I think I don't necessarily think that that's entirely FEMA's fault. FEMA... Again, this is kind of what I was talking about yesterday. For things to work well, you don't want them to get too big, and when you're trying to deal with things like natural disasters at a national level rather than at the level of the area that they occurred, then moving parts get a lot more complicated. Where are you going to allocate resources? Like, the Fed's opinion on where the best place to allocate resources, where to spend money and things like that's going to be very different than the states, just because the Fed has a different motivation for how they're doing things. Ideally, what FEMA would be is mostly just an emergency fund that the local states apply to and get resources from when they need them. More or less how, like, Medicaid and Medicare reimbursements work. And you have to be careful with things like that because, obviously, oversight, which we kind of learned in the last few months. We really didn't learn the last few months, like, anybody who paid attention knew that Medicare and Medicaid has been getting scammed for billions upon billions of dollars for decades at this point. But I mean, subjects like this are always kind of touchy just because, especially when the money's necessary, like, people are in a bad spot. Like, this isn't like one of those things where, you know, okay, just wait a month and maybe we'll have things ready by then. You know, like when there's a disaster, you can't wait months. You got to be able to do it immediately. So, one, when you make changes to things like that, it's going to make a lot of people nervous. And two, I think a lot of people kind of feel better with the idea of the federal government having control of it. How did that happen? How did I hit no there? Federal government in control of it just because the federal government deals in bigger numbers. So I think there's kind of this implicit idea that if the feds are doing it, there's going to be more money available. But I don't think that's the case. I think that what ends up happening instead is you end up getting the same thing you would get always. It's just that you've got the extra step of a layer of federal government on top of state government. Because like disaster responses always end up being joint efforts anyway. But if you can pare it down to the necessary parts and have less money spent on management and manpower and that kind of thing, and more money spent on the things where it actually needs to go, then I would think that would be a better solution myself. But obviously, some people are going to be concerned about, you know, cutting back budgets too much, and then you don't have enough manpower to get the things done that you want to get done, which is a legitimate concern. But at the end of the day, if the budgets haven't changed and the money's basically still going to the same place it's going, then it looks like to me it's just a bunch of bluster about nothing, which is most of what goes on in Washington these days. I understand why a lot of people get upset about things that Donald Trump says, but if you want the things that Trump says not to bother you, the first thing you need to remember, and the honest truth is, like, the people that really, the people in media that like to get riled up about everything he says, they know this already. They just try to get riled up because they want everybody else to get riled up. Donald Trump always starts from an extreme position. Like, this is his negotiating tactic. He's explained this on TV. He's explained this in his books. He's explained this multiple times over decades, that this is how he negotiates. Is he will start with a big ask that seems extreme and ridiculous, and then he will work his way towards what he really wanted in the first place. This isn't something that is unique to Donald Trump. A lot of people do this, but because he does this, and some people like to just overreact for the sake of overreacting, because that's just the nature of how media works in modern times. Things like that get kind of blown out of proportion. Like, there's a reason that the phrase Paco kind of gained traction this term, and it's because if you look at what Trump says versus what actually happens, the vast majority of the time, the rhetoric doesn't match up with the result. And the result is much milder than any of the rhetoric. This is true of pretty much every politician that has been president up until now anyway as well. It's just how public negotiations work. Because if you are the opposite side, and this is an important thing to understand about why this has kind of become the case. If you are the opposite side and the other side makes the demand and you just concede to it, the way that is perceived is you lost. Even if the opposite side's demand is reasonable. And that's the important thing. Even if the demand is reasonable, if you just give it to them, you are perceived as having lost. If you're a politician, that's not a good thing. So you're basically forced to ask for more than you want in the first place to try to negotiate down to a more reasonable position. Donald Trump tends to take this to larger extremes. For various reasons. One of which is he understands how to kind of get the media to work in his favor even when they're opposed to him. Better than the media does. Like negotiation and mind share and all these other kind of psychological tricks and tools and things like that. Like, they're the kinds of things that you don't want to have to worry about, you don't want to have to think about. You would like to think that most people wouldn't do them because the idea of them seems unethical in the first place, but the truth of the matter is, just like with AI, just like with nuclear weapons, if the ability and the technology exists and the know-how exists, somebody's going to use it. All of the moral equivocating and the hand-wringing in the world isn't going to change that fact. So it's important to kind of like keep these things in mind, especially when you're dealing with somebody like Donald Trump. I mean, like, how familiar are you with like Trump and like his time with like the USFL and things like that? Like, I have no idea how old you are. Like, the USFL, like, I think was maybe even before my time. Like, before I was born. Before I was born, if it wasn't, it was like when I was so young that I would have been able to understand any of it, but... Three, two, one, go. Yeah, so we're not too far apart in age, but... Do you know who Bill Simmons is? If I say the name Bill Simmons, are you aware who that is? Like, you might not be, you might be. If you follow sports, you're more likely to know who he is than an average person would be. Anyway, like if you don't know who Bill Simmons is, it's fine. Like it's not that important of a detail, but just the long and short of it is, I think back when ESPN hit their 30th anniversary and Bill Simmons was still working there, they did a series called 30 for 30, and it was like 30 short documentaries about 30 sports events. You know, and there were things that more or less hadn't really been covered that well up to that point. You know, they were kind of important pieces of sports history, but there were things that people might have known about, but, you know, you really never heard that much about. Like, very few people really kind of knew too much about it. One of the ones they made was about the USFL. And, you know, Donald Trump had a large hand in that league. And, like, the film doesn't paint him in a very positive light. And, like, one of the things you always have to be careful about things like that is, you know, obviously with as much as you can call a thing a documentary, like, things like that are always going to have slants and how they view things. And, like, Bill Simmons had gone in, like, he had talked about this long before that documentary got made. And, like, I mean, he's not the only one who holds his opinion, but a lot of people, like, hold a lot of what wrong with that league at the feet of, they put a lot of that at the feet of Donald Trump. And that may be a very reasonable position. The documentary doesn't paint him in a very flattering light. But the reason I bring this up is because if you watch how he kind of acts throughout that time, it's not really very much different than how he's been acting as president. And it kind of gives you a window as to, like, one, what he's doing, and two, how much of him you can kind of take seriously and don't have to take seriously. And I think it's kind of harder to do that now just because, like, being a businessman versus being a politician are two very different things. And, like, you know, after that, he went from being a businessman to being, like, a TV entertainer, too. So, you know, that's also a very different spotlight as well. But I think there was a lot to learn from that documentary about Donald Trump that can be useful in kind of understanding who he is as president. And, like, one of the most important things to understand with, like, Donald Trump is, like, there is public facing on camera Donald Trump, and then there is the version of him that isn't that. And a lot of people, like Bill Maher, talked about when he met him, I think it's maybe half a year ago or something like that. And, like, that was one of the things he brought up, is just, like, meeting him in person is a very different experience than what you see on TV. And, you know, that's obviously not unique to him. Like, a lot of people are like that. Because they understand they got to play it up for the cameras, or they've got some kind of, you know, media angle they're trying to push. I mean, hell, most streamers are like that. Most streamers are very different on stream than what they're probably like in real life. And that's because, well, being entertaining and just being who you are as a normal person don't always tend to mix, you know? That's not all streamers. Some streamers, you know, are just exactly the same on stream as they are in real life, but, you know, not everyone is. But I think it would save a lot of people a lot of stress and a lot of mental anguish if they kind of learned when they need to take Donald Trump seriously and when they don't. And the general public has kind of started to figure this out now. better than they did when he first became president. And that's mostly because they've kind of noticed the pattern now that, again, like what I said before, Trump's rhetoric versus what actually gets done tends to be very different. And like, honestly, I would be hard-pressed to think of a single time where he has done exactly what he said he was going to do versus a watered-down version of it. I mean, one of the clearest examples of this, like from his first campaign, was lock her up. You know, that was one of the big chants throughout that whole campaign. Lock her up, lock her up. Hillary Clinton a criminal? If we're being honest, probably. Like, what the FBI declined to charge her for, they have charged other people for. As a matter of fact, they've charged other people for less. But was Donald Trump ever seriously considering locking her up? I seriously doubt it. Clintons and Trump were friends from well before, and if Trump's 2 presidential terms should have taught anybody anything, is that Trump takes care of his friends. And Trump, especially within the quote-unquote elite circles, he goes out of his way to help them out. Whether it be through pardons or any number of other things. Now, this is something that if all you did was just listen to what Trump said, like, you wouldn't know that. Like, I mean, if you took him credulously, like most people do with most people, well, I can understand why a lot of people might have been concerned, but if you look at Donald Trump from the original lenses, you can't take the words out of his mouth literally. You have to kind of filter them and see what he's trying to work towards. And once you start viewing Trump in that way, he becomes a lot less scary and a lot more of just what he was before he became a TV personality and president, which is a businessman of questionable morals and ethics. And for me, like, once I understood that framing of him, well, there's really not too much mystery about anything that he does. What am I doing today? It's just a mess. Just a mess. Oh. 3, 2, 1, go. Like, understanding Trump when he was younger is important for understanding, like, what he's been trying to do as president, especially, like, the tariff stuff as well, too, because what went on with, like, the Japanese economy and the U.S. economy back in, like, the 70s and 80s, like, that had a big influence, I think, on how he views international trade and things like that. And, like, I understand why people got upset about the tariffs. I understand why people think tariffs are a good thing. Like, both sides of the argument really aren't that difficult to understand. It's just that a lot of, like, people don't like change, especially business people. And right now, the honest truth of the matter is nothing drives politics more in the U.S. right now than business and economics. Like, I would say, like, social stuff and that kind of stuff gets a lot more attention, but at the end of the day, like, that's what really drives politics in the U.S. is money. And so, to be frank, there is a reasonable discussion to be had about how U.S. trade was structured with other countries. And the way it was, especially with places like China where the trade imbalance was crazy, and honestly, like, once you start looking into national security implications and things like that, like, the way we have done business with China has made little to no sense. Unless you were somebody who was making a lot of money off of it. And this is part of the reason that the message resonated. Now, was what was done eventually the right thing to do, smart or wise? Well, I'd say that's certainly debatable. If we're going to talk it about on a legal basis as well, well, obviously, decisions have come out against him in that regard. And I mean, there was somewhat of an argument to be made that what he did was within the bounds of the way the laws were written, but I'm not really surprised that he lost that. But am I surprised he did it? No, not really. I mean, like, considering our ages, like, you and I grew up in a time where when we were really young, there was still, like, some stuff that was made in the US. But not a lot. But there's still some. And I remember, like, when we needed to buy a new TV one time, we were going shopping for TVs, and my dad was insistent on getting something that was manufactured in the US. Good luck with that these days. But like, yeah, I mean, like 70s and 80s, especially, I think probably because of how the economy kind of downturned, you know, late 70s during the Carter administration and during the early parts of the Reagan administration. You know, that affected a lot of people. And because of where Trump was in his life at that point, I think that had a big impression on him and how he views international trade. And fair enough. I mean, one of the things people say about tariffs that I think is a fair point is, you know, a lot of people who are against tariffs will say that, you know, tariffs just end up, you know, hurting the countries that do them. But at the same time, you know, a lot of the countries that we were trying to, quote unquote, renegotiate with had tariffs on us. And all these other countries had tariffs on us and were running trade surpluses. Does that argument really hold water? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, if you really want to get into that argument, then you got to get into, like, all these other economic arguments that I don't have the information or the knowledge to even remotely try to make right now. But sometimes I think, too, arguments like that, like, the more you get into that kind of stuff, the more you kind of obfuscate the more salient points, the more obvious points. Like, sometimes people tend to overcomplicate things with too much information, and you outsmart yourself. Like, you see this in baseball all the time, where you start talking about matchups and all this other stuff, but then you wind up in this situation where a guy with a 6.1 ERA is up against the best hitter on the other team because the stats say it should be a better matchup than the right-handed pitcher with an ERA half of that. Because then you got to get into like sample sizes and things like that. And the obvious problem of when you're dealing with humans, like, they're not machines, so there's no real guarantee of any kind of performance. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is, like, I think sometimes we overcomplicate things to the point where we miss just kind of like the simpler nature of things. I think sometimes that overcomplication is not intentional, but sometimes I think it is, and done with not the best of intentions. I just think you're right today. So along that lines, like, my opinions with the tariff stuff is, could the U.S. have better trade deals with a lot of the countries it's doing trade with? Or could it have at the point where Donald Trump became president? Yes, absolutely. I think there were absolutely trade deals that could have been more quote-unquote fair and renegotiated to more reasonable positions. Was the way that he went about it the best way to do it? Probably not. Yeah, the manufacturing, the hollowing out of the U.S. manufacturing that happened over the last half century, like, the economic arguments are obvious and easy to understand. It's cheaper to do it overseas. If you are not going about it the cheapest way, somebody's going to come out and undercut you, and then you're going to be out of business anyway. Like, it's not a difficult argument to understand. And so, well, then the discussion becomes, well, are you okay with that? And if you're okay with that, well, you get what we did. If you're not okay with that, then what do you do? And this is where things like, you know, trade deals and protectionism and tariffs and that start to come into play. And, you know, the country I'm living in right now is a good example of a country that has gone about those things. But even Japan, like, most of the Japanese companies don't manufacture their stuff in Japan anymore. Sony is a prime example of this. Like, almost all of Sony's manufacturing is outside of Japan at this point. I don't know if they manufacture anything in Japan at this point. But they tried to protect it for a long time because they wanted to try to protect their industrial base here. I don't think that was necessarily a bad decision. And if you look at the results, the warnings about them getting priced out of the market were largely true. Like, Sony doesn't make a lot of the products that they used to make anymore just because, well, Korea could do it cheaper. Which is why, like, LG and Samsung and those companies now have taken over a mantle that Sony once held, which is, you know, being big TV makers and phone makers. I mean, there is obviously a legitimate point there made by those people, but the way things are right now is also a good example of where you can run into trouble with that eventually. Now, let's just, with what's going on with Iran right now, throw out all of the reasons behind it, throw out all of the arguments about whether they should be there or not, just throw that all out. Like, that's not the point I'm trying to make here. Say that we needed to scale up for a military conflict with Iran for legitimate reasons. Say that we had a legitimate conflict with them that we needed to militarily scale up for. The U.S. has got real big problems right now because a lot of the manufacturing base that's necessary to be able to do stuff like that just doesn't exist. And that's not something that you can just build up in, 60 days, 90 days, half a year. You need years to build that up. Which is the argument that's always made about trying to, bring back jobs from overseas, is that it's going to take decades before you can even see the results of that. Okay, assuming that's a fair point, well, was it a smart idea to ever send them overseas in the first place if that's the case? What if you need those jobs at some point for something other than just producing TVs and things like that? What if there's a secondary function in society that they serve that, if you don't have it when you need it, can be fatal? Like, if you look at the war between Russia and Ukraine, part of the reason that war has been able to drag out as long as it has, even with Russia having all the sanctions and things that it's got on it, is because Russia still had somewhat of a manufacturing base, and they had the resources available to them to be able to produce the things they need. Like, if they didn't have that, the West probably could have crushed them with sanctions. But because they kind of had that available to them, despite all the sanctions and everything else that Europe and the US tried to do, they've just kind of plugged along. I am honestly, after having seen what has happened in Iran, I'm of the opinion that most of the US military brass needs to be replaced. And the reason I say that is nothing that has happened with that conflict from a military perspective should have been a surprise to anyone. And yet they have looked completely unprepared and completely discombobulated with what Iran has done. None of this should have been a surprise, especially if you paid attention to how warfare has been fought in this Ukraine-Russia conflict, like with the drones and things like that. Like, I was kind of the opinion that part of the reason that conflict got instigated is that there were people that were kind of interested in testing out, the drone technology that Ukraine's been using over there. And if you want to take like a really kind of, tinfoil hat perspective on it, and look at how AI is being used and like how it needs all of this data and video data to be able to process and, function. Like, all of this drone footage that you're seeing coming out of there sure does seem like it would be convenient for training drones on how to work unmanned to hunt people down. But after seeing like how this has been handled, one, it's clear that none of this has been accounted for in any of their wargaming, which is embarrassing. And two, like, the necessary infrastructure to be able to adjust and come out with a desirable military outcome isn't there. It's not non-existent, but it is extremely insufficient. Like, that should have more people concerned. Yeah, I mean, well, I mean, that's if we're being honest, like that's partly the U.S.'s fault and Europe's fault because, well, I mean, if you constantly antagonize someone, they're probably going to run to your opponents because their opponents are going to be there to support you more than likely. You know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. It's not really a surprise that that happened. You know, it's really weird with Russia too because, like, you probably remember this. Like after the Soviet Union fell, like from like the mid '90s up through, I would say even Putin's first stint as president of Russia, it's not like we had a bad relationship with Russia. I never felt that way. I mean, obviously there were lingering Cold War sentiments and things like that, but at the time it never really felt like, you know, that Russia was some kind of geopolitical threat to the United States. So what happened? I mean, because like the second Obama candidacy when he was running against Romney, like, do you remember? Romney called Russia a major geopolitical threat and Obama laughed at it. I mean, I can understand both sides of it. I mean, Russia is a country with nukes and a large standing army. And they had aircraft carriers and battleships and all that other stuff. And at the time, you know, those are impressive things. You know, drones have kind of demonstrated the weakness of all those things at this point, other than maybe nukes. But, you know, seeing them as a geopolitical threat at the time was, you know, on paper an understandable thing, but I also understood why Obama laughed at him, which was that what had Russia done to make them seem like a geopolitical threat recently? And the answer was really not much of anything. So then how did we end up, you know, politically opposed to them around when, you know, Trump and Hillary were running against each other? Because you're like, you know, it's odd that I don't hear anybody really mention this before, but, you know, Trump spent a lot of that campaign saying that if Hillary became president, we were going to be with it, or we were going to be in a war with Russia within a year. And, you know, surprise, surprise, when Biden became president, that's what happened. Like, it's really odd what happened with that. And it gets a little bit back to what I was kind of mentioning yesterday too, or like part of the reason some of this stuff became so complicated. Like look at the Ukraine. Before this conflict, like in the US, if you ever mentioned Ukraine, more or less the word that was going to come up was corruption. Because to be honest, like the Ukraine and a lot of the old Soviet bloc states and Russia, I mean, not exactly the most trustworthy places to do business or, you know, work with officials. Let's just be real. Obviously that is not speaking to the whole character of the country, but that's just kind of the nature of the political and business systems over there, unfortunately. But the second that conflict started, somehow Ukraine just became like, it's like none of that mattered anymore. Which I found really weird. I mean, from my standpoint, it was two idiots throwing rocks at each other is what it was. There's no virtuous side in that war. It didn't make sense when it happened. It doesn't make sense now. I mean, isn't like there's no way to know whether it would have happened with or without the United States agitation of it, but if people want to say that there was no excuse for Russia invading the Ukraine, I find that a perfectly acceptable position. But if you want to say that Russia was responding to US and EU, encirclement by NATO, then I also think there's a perfectly good argument to be made there. And that's not even getting into things that have happened in between Ukraine and Russia from 2014, which is a whole other bag of worms that's really complicated and gets into a lot of he said, she said things. I finally get past the desert palace. I mean, 2014 is complicated because the Ukraine is going to assert that Russia illegally invaded, and there is a good argument to be made there. But Russia is going to assert before that the coup that happened, the Orange Revolution at the time, was an illegal overthrow of the sitting government. And that the people in the eastern provinces were being mistreated by the Ukrainian government. And so they went in there to quote-unquote liberate them. Oh my god. I'm gonna mess that up. I can't blame that on me talking or anything like that. I was paying attention there and I still messed that up. That's just a bad mistake. Completely lucid there and just screwed that up. Alright. And going to, like, with Putin and how trustworthy he is, I mean, another thing you can't forget, too, is what happened in 2008. I want to say it was during the Beijing Olympics or right before it, where they rolled into Georgia, I believe it was. And I would say that the timing on that was extremely, I don't know what the best word is convenient, because Bush was on the way out. It's pretty clear that Obama was going to win the election. Everybody was distracted with the Olympics, and the U.S. was in no position to try to do anything to intervene. So it made Russia kind of going in there and annexing, or liberating, I forget what the terminology they were using at the time. I want to say what happened is the region in question voted for independence and then voted to be a part of Russia or something like that. I can't remember exactly what happened with it, but it wasn't too different than what happened in the Ukraine. So when you look at it from that perspective, it throws a lot of what Russia may have been claiming at the time into question. But as I said before, just because Russia may be lying doesn't mean that the Ukraine isn't. Just because Russia is bad doesn't mean that the Ukraine isn't. It's really kind of weird to look at how the U.S.'s stance towards Russia changed during that period, because, like, another thing you may remember, do you remember during the 2012 campaign where Obama got into a lot of trouble because they caught him on a hot mic talking to Medvedev, who was president of Russia at the time, because, you know, Putin had to leave office because he'd already done 2 consecutive terms. And he made the comments along the line, you know, this is my last election, so once it's over, I'll have more flexibility. And, you know, that kind of led to a big media stink over, you know, like what the hell that was supposed to mean. We all know what it kind of means, but, you know, the details of what exactly that meant was obviously the more important point. But if you look at that and then you look at, you know, 4 years later, it seemed like the Democrat Party would have been the one that was more agitating for a conflict with Russia. And, well, I wouldn't say the Republican Party wasn't, but, you know, Trump wasn't. It was the one that was pushing against it. It's like, what happened in those 4 years for that stance to seemingly change so much, I wonder. That's always kind of been a curiosity with me ever since the stuff with Russia kind of heated up. I don't know whether it was the Ukraine stuff that kind of set that off. I mean, that's probably, like, the 2014 Ukraine stuff would probably be the easiest thing to point out as something that may have changed the way that the DC politicians kind of viewed Russia. And, like, one of the things that plays into it that kind of got swept under the rug, but I think was the thing that everybody should have been paying more attention to when all the stuff with Hunter Biden was kind of blowing up. You know, everybody just kind of got caught up in the drug use and all the pictures of him with naked women and all the, you know, naked pictures of him himself and things like that. But what should have had a lot more questions asked about it was what exactly was the going on between the Bidens and Ukraine and who else was involved. Because the thing is, like, obviously it was easy to point at Joe Biden because he was president and because his son clearly had things going on over there he shouldn't have been doing. It wasn't just the Ukraine, I think it was China as well. But if I remember correctly, like, it was like Mitt Romney and, like, there was a lot of, you know, prominent, you know, old boy Republicans that were kind of heavily tied up in Ukrainian investments and things like that seemed extremely questionable. And I wonder if part of the reason that the U.S. kind of changed its stance on what was going on over there is because they felt threatened about what was going on in the Ukraine being used as leverage by Russia. This goes back to what I was talking about before. Trust me, they get along fine. And that's because Trump pretty much gets along fine with anybody in power. Now, he may have public spats like he had with Elon. And really, I think the only time you're ever going to be on the outs with Trump is if you try to do something that is unconscionable to try to harm him, or if you... I do it again, did the same thing. I pressed down. I guess it was button timing was bad. Because if you try to, you know, basically you just go out of your way to try to do something unspeakable with him. And even then, like, I mean, look at like the Clinton campaign and then with Trump and how they are now. I mean, let's be real. They still get along just fine. Okay? I mean, if you want an example of how fake most of this public fighting is by these politicians is, just look at how George W. Bush is treated by the media and the establishment at this point versus how he was treated when he was president. These people don't care. Like, from Trump's perspective and from Putin's perspective, and this is something that's important to understand, is they both understand that this is a show. Putin's got a show that he has to put on for the people in Russia. Trump has got a show that he's got to put on for the people in the U.S. And that means that sometimes they have to be at odds with each other. Not much unlike professional wrestling. These people don't want to bomb each other or kill each other. Like, they're not stupid. They understand the ramifications of that. Who wants to be the leader of a steaming pile of rubble. You know? And it's a game and a tale as old as time. Like, you know, aristocrats hundreds of years ago did the same sort of thing where they would be friendly at some times and at each other's throats at others, and it was all about what was most politically convenient for them at the time. Trump is an entertainer, but I still think he's a businessman first. Which is why you which is why you saw what happened with like him and Netanyahu this week. Like what happened, like him getting angry at Netanyahu, like that wasn't for entertainment purposes. Like he's pissed because Netanyahu has put him in an extremely bad position. And like I said before, Trump, you know, tries to take care of his friends, the people he views as friends, especially his powerful friends. Like Trump likes rich and powerful people. That's not to say that he dislikes people that aren't, but like he definitely treats them differently than he treats other people. He goes out of his way to do things for them. Yeah, everybody loves the old George Carlin quote, you know, it's a big club and you're not in it. But I mean, you hear that so much that sometimes it can kind of be numbing, but it's really true. Times out of the church today have mostly been pretty good. Had a couple of stinkers. This Eastern Palace has kind of been a disaster most of the day. As has the Desert Palace. Why did I do that? Oh, what? Wow. Wow, it's a really weird mistake for me to make there. What am I doing? Can't believe I just forgot to go pick up the heart there. That's so weird. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. I don't know, like, there's all kinds of discussions that need to be had about how modern economics works and things like that. But I think, you know, it's really a bad idea, and like I think dangerous is maybe saying a little, it's going a little bit overboard, but it's a bad idea to ever try to put the cause of problems at any one thing. You know, especially when you're dealing with a significantly complex system. But I think one of the things that has to change, or that changing would significantly alter the way things are done, is the corporate rule about corporations basically being legally obligated to chase ever-increasing profits. Like, that's got to go. Because it has led to a lot of short-term bad decision-making that is going to have, and has had, long-term ramifications that are starting to rear their ugly heads. Like, I can understand the logic behind the law because you feel like you need some kind of legal force to require a company to work in, you know, fiscal best interests of the people that own it, you know? You can't just allow someone to turn a for-profit business into some kind of, you know, charity organization that just bleeds money left and right for ideological purposes. But I think that rule in and of itself, the way that it's structured, while it may accomplish that goal, it also does a lot of other things that are detrimental in different, maybe worse ways. I would make the argument in counter to the idea that, you know, a company shouldn't be able to waste its money. Well, I would think that it's the responsibility of the stockholders and the people who pay stock to pay enough attention to what they're buying into, and not buy into a place that would do something like that. Rather it just being a built-in assumption that, you know, this place has to, by law, chase ever-increasing profits. you know, a buyer beware kind of thing. And I think that making that one change alone would change a lot about how modern business works. Because when you think of that profit motive and the things that it requires you to do in order to keep chasing it, you know, what people colloquially call enshittification, like that makes a lot more sense. Because if you're going to chase profit, well, how do you chase profit? Like, there's a few ways that you can make more money. One of the ways is obviously to increase your customer base. Okay, well, what if you've hit market saturation? Then what do you do? Okay, well, you can raise the price. Well, raising the price is dangerous because when you raise prices, like, that's one of the most surefire ways to reduce sales, is to raise the prices. Okay. Well, what else is there? Well, there's cutting costs. Okay, well, how can you cut costs? Well, the easiest way to cut costs is to reduce the cost of the materials, the cost of the manufacturing or production process. Reduce cost of materials, reduce the labor costs. Okay, what if you hit your max on that? Well, what if you make a product that, rather than last 20 years, you make it last 10 years so that people have to buy it more often? Oh, damn it. Okay, well, we've done that. Well, if we make the product any cheaper or shittier than this, then people won't buy it anymore. Okay. Well, I guess we got to raise the price. I think we've kind of run to that stage of the process now, where things have been so scaled down and whittled down and made efficient and everything, to where the only thing left to cut is nothing. So you just have to raise prices. Well, how can we raise prices? Well, you know, most people don't realize that over time they pay more money renting things than if they own them. Studying psychology when I was in school was one of the best things I ever did. Because having studied it, I understand it makes it a lot easier to understand what people are trying to do, especially like modern society tries to do to people. Like, if you study psychology and like the different ways that people get addicted to things, get manipulated, like, and then you start watching how a lot of modern PR works, a lot of advertising works, a lot of campaigning works. Like, you can see exactly what it is they're doing. Like, the whole gacha game craze, like, all that is they're just abusing the gambler's response from people. And like, even like, part of the reason I study psychology is because I wanted to go into game dev, and I figured, you know, if you want to make a fun game, it's important to understand how people think. So, yeah, I was kind of generally interested in it as well. But a lot of the things that I learned while studying psychology, like, it wasn't long after that, you know, game devs kind of started the bigger companies kind of started hiring psychologists and things like that to help them design stuff. And it went exactly the direction I thought it was going to go in, which hasn't been a positive. Right, getting back to your comment that, like, you think that you and I have, like, similar ideas. I mean, we probably do, but here's the real truth. Most people do. Most people do. Like, you've got your outliers. You do have some people that have, like, really kind of out there opinions, whether they be extremely draconian or extremely naive or, you know, whatever end of the spectrum it may be on. But for the most part, like, if you were to sit down an average quote-unquote Republican voter, an average Democrat voter in the U.S., and just ask them, take away all the political framing, and just ask them their opinions on things, they're not going to say things that are very different. And if you want an example of this, like, I mean, I don't know if you watch either of them or not, and if you don't, maybe good for you, I don't know, but that might be the best. Asmongold and Hassan Piker. Now, these two, like, constantly antagonize each other over a lot of stuff, and they obviously have different viewpoints on a lot of things. But they also share a whole lot of viewpoints on things, too. And this doesn't come through just because you see them kind of going at each other so much. I think for most people, the general sentiments of how they want things to be, especially if they've grown up in a shared culture, is going to be extremely similar. Where you're generally going to run into differences is in matters of execution and priorities, I think. The idea of first world problems doesn't exist on accident. And the reason that a phrase like that catches on is because there's truth to it. Like a lot of the stuff that people argue about in the US if you go to a less fortunate country, let's just put it that way, they couldn't give two shits about any of it because it's not even a concern in their lives. It's too far down the priority list. Like, how can you even have time to care about something like that? You know? It's important to remember that for a place like the US, things could be much worse than they are. Which isn't to say they couldn't be better. They absolutely could be better. It could be significantly better. Hell, they've been better within my lifetime. Much better. But they could absolutely be worse. And when it comes to talking about things potentially getting worse, like that's a conversation that nobody really ever wants to have. Like, there is a visceral, psychological, what's the word I'm looking for here? Resistance to the idea of losing status or, dropping in status. So much so to the point that most people don't even want to discuss it. It doesn't mean that they're not aware of it. Most people, when it comes down to it, if you can get them to give their honest opinion, are aware of these things and the reality of them, but you don't want to talk to them, whether out of cognitive dissonance or the stress it causes or the embarrassment it causes or any number of factors. But it's important to keep that in mind because if you ignore it, then before you know it, like you've lost more than you ever thought you could. And sometimes when you lose something, you can't just get it back. And I think a lot of the reason that, I certainly don't politically align as a Democrat, but a lot of the reason the Democrats have lost so much popularity in a way that they could get it back, I think, is that what they have spent the last decade or so messaging on is quote-unquote first world problems. They should be a lot more focused on more, problems that are more relevant to the average person. And too much of their messaging has gone towards finding a small group of people that they see as disadvantaged and throwing everything that they can behind that, rather than trying to, trying to just build a overall playing field for everyone that would work better for the common man. And I think it would be a really easy win for them if they could do this, but they just seem incapable of doing it. And then on the other side of the aisle, part of the reason Trump was able to win and part of the reason things like populism, ever win is because, political parties ignored just what I said right there. And part of the reason Trump got in is because his rhetoric and what he was talking about was more focused on those kinds of things, like more broad appeal things that didn't try to divide everything down into smaller groups and then pander to those. It was something that was more universal in what it was dealing with. Easier to understand. But both the Democrats and the Republicans in the U.S. had spent so long kind of turning themselves towards special interest groups that they lost focus of that. And the second that somebody came along and played to it, well, they wiped the floor with it. I mean, Bernie Sanders was another example of this. On the left side. Like, a Bernie Sanders-Trump election that year would have been really interesting. I don't know who would have won. Like, I was not surprised that Trump won. Not at all. But had it been Bernie Sanders instead, I don't know that Trump would have won. Because a lot of the rhetoric that Trump was using, like Sanders could have used it, and he could have used it from a quote-unquote more sympathetic perspective. Whereas Trump came off as brash and, cold and, unempathetic, or whatever word you want to use for it. Like Sanders' perspective was a lot more, sympathetic to what's generally viewed as weaker groups of people. And considering Sanders also shared a lot of the views on the economy and immigration that Trump had that made him popular in the Midwest, I think there's a real question as to whether Sanders could have beat Trump or not. Because the truth of the matter is, at that point, the American public, and this was also kind of true of the Obama election as well, I think, like, the gradual deterioration of the middle class in the U.S. has left the American public in a state where they're looking for anyone who will take seriously their concerns and speak to them on an everyday life level. And the average, let's just call them swamp monster, lifetime politician, up to that point, had just lost the ability to do that. Nobody took them seriously anymore. They take them even less seriously now, honestly. I mean, let's look at somebody on the right that's currently getting championed, and I don't know if it's really appropriate to call him a part of the right, because, libertarians are a little bit different beast, and I think calling Thomas Massie a libertarian is maybe not entirely accurate, but I think it's fairly descriptive. For all his bluster over the Epstein files and stuff like that, and talking about releasing names, like, what did he ever do exactly, other than make a big publicity stunt of it? And not just him, like any of the other members of Congress. Like, they had the ability, if they cared so much about it, they could have gone in there, viewed those files themselves. They all had the ability to do this. And they could have just brought him out and made it public and dealt with the consequences afterwards. Yet no one did this. And the truth is because they just don't care. They don't care. All any of that ever was a political tool. If anyone had actually cared, the time was when Bill Clinton was president. When he got arrested in 2008 at the latest. Like, quite frankly, anything that happened after that, as far as I'm concerned, I don't... give a shit what anybody who's trying to morally posture. It's way too late at that point. None of this was a secret. All the information was available and there for anyone to view. When Epstein got arrested before he died in jail, even then, like, none of this was really a secret. So then why did it have to wait until now to become such a big deal? That's just because it's politically convenient for somebody. That's it. These people care. So then why does somebody like Donald Trump win? You may ask, which is a fair question. The reason somebody like Donald Trump wins is because, if nothing else, he is viewed as somebody that wasn't part of the system. And I think that would have been probably Bernie Sanders' biggest weakness against Trump and why he might have lost an election against him. Because Sanders had been a part of the system for so long at that point. While it might not be an accurate viewpoint, a lot of people still kind of view outside business world and politics as separate. I think that's less so the case these days than it used to be, though. I think under the current circumstances, Trump couldn't win the election he won in 2016 anymore, just because the general distrust towards people who work in business now is at a very different level than it was back then. Come on. This is it. $22 seconds off. Whatever. You know what? I don't care. No, I do care. I do care. That's garbage. Like 23 seconds behind. What the hell am I doing? God, that was a bad fight. Oh, no. 10 people. House party? Family? Makes sense. I would say biryani is like an Indian style, isn't it? Or am I incorrect? It's like a seasoning style, right? I mean, if I had to sum up my, my opinions on things in general, yeah, I guess it'd just be shit's fucked and people aren't nearly serious enough about it. And it's just really, I mean, just put aside what my personal opinions on anything are, like, just taking a cold analysis of it, like, most everyone's got a point about something. You know, some people, like I said, some people really just got, you know, out their ideas. But in general, I mean, most people have a point about something. It's just for the type of governments that modern societies try to run, like, it's difficult to make things run smoothly when everybody's opinions on what's important are so different. And I don't know that that's something that the current systems are actually equipped to solve. And so, like, what do you do about that? The honest answer is, I don't really know. I mean, there are plenty of examples of ways that people have tried to solve that problem in the past, but most people if you brought that up to them, think that you were nuts, but those attempts had reasons behind them. And regardless of whether you think that they were nuts or not, it's important to understand the reasons behind them and how they got to that place, so that you don't end up in the same place. Rice, meat, and potatoes. Lasagna. Have I ever had biryani? You know, I don't think I've ever had biryani before. Sounds pretty good, though. I appreciate the sentiment. Yeah, I mean, the current solution has been to try to ignore some basic realities about human nature and culture and things like that, and try to turn everything into an economic argument. And I think that that's kind of reached its breaking point at this point. Like nobody cares about the economic arguments anymore. And the reason that that concerns me, and it should concern everyone else, is that I understand exactly why people feel that way, and I think it's legitimate, but I also understand that if you just throw out all the economic arguments too, like what you may get as a result of that could be even worse than what you have now. And that's not an easy discussion to have, because at that point you're talking about a lot of speculation, because most people don't understand history except through any lens but advancement. But, you know, that is not the actual course of history. Things advance, but then sometimes they regress. And the general public at large just doesn't even have the mental framework for dealing with the idea of regressing as a society or a civilization. But it's a real thing, and it's important to understand, and sometimes it's unavoidable, but most of the time it isn't. When it's unavoidable, it's because you made it unavoidable. I'll give the UK credit. They seem a little bit more ready to have this conversation than most places right now. Like, I know in Japan, like, they're absolutely not ready to have that conversation over here right now. And they need to have it more than anyone, if we're being honest. The US is definitely not ready for that conversation. There's too much pride and ego and everything else tied up into it right now. If I'm going to give my honest sentiments about the phrase, your president, is he my president? And the reason I say that is not because, like, I didn't vote for him, I don't like him, or something like that. Sometimes I question whether he's the one actually running the country. And the current mess that the U.S. finds itself in at the moment is a perfect example of this. It bugs me to no end. You know, I wanted to believe that the office of the president would be able to get things done if it actually set its mind out to do it, but after having watched his first term and this term, I'm now more convinced than ever that something is going to have to change outside of just who wins an election for things to change in the U.S. There were so many other things that needed to be dealt with before that mess they've made. And it made zero sense from the U.S. perspective to do what's been done. It just made no sense at all. I know the argument they're making, and it's not a zero argument, but if that was your concern, I feel like what they did back middle of last year was the appropriate response, where disable their facilities and then just move on. But clearly someone else didn't agree. And what bugs me is I don't know if that person that, or the people that were pushing for what is going on over there now, are people that have any business making decisions for the United States. Like, I mean, honestly, like, I feel bad about the fact that we ended up having to put pressure on you guys and other European countries to try to come over there and help us out with this. It's ridiculous. Because one, it should have never gotten to that point, and two, we shouldn't need it. Not for what we were trying to do. Which is why I was saying earlier, almost everybody that's supposed to be involved with planning in the U.S. military probably needs to be fired. Because they clearly were not prepared for this. I don't want to hear anything about short notice. Like, these are the kinds of plans that you're supposed to have in place years ahead of time. And you can talk about, you know, they replaced the defense secretary with Hegseth, and you can call Hegseth an idiot if you want. Like, that's fine. But the plans that would have been used in a situation like this should have existed long before Hegseth ever came into the office. And it's pretty clear they didn't. And like, that kind of institutional rot is what bugs me about this almost the most, because that is the sign of a country that doesn't function at a basic level. That's the kind of stuff that, if I'm being honest here, like the US would make fun of other countries for. I mean, it's what they've been laughing at Russia about for the last 4 years about. The idea that they couldn't deal with the Ukraine. It's not so funny anymore. Right now, I'd say the clearest issue in the U.S. that needs to be immediately dealt with is the economy and jobs, and what the long-term game plan is for what they're going to do with AI and how they're going to deal with the fallout when it turns out that they really don't need all these people, that they've got working places doing jobs that basically amount to nothing more than having meetings and pushing paper. And the truth of the matter is, like, even before AI, there was a lot of jobs like that the economy was running off of. But getting back to what I was talking about before, where when you're in this endless loop of you have to increase profits, and they've kind of gotten to the point now where they can't really make the products any worse than they are, so they have to resort to cutting costs somewhere else. And the easiest place to cut costs is labor. There's a lot of difficult questions that need to be asked that kind of get put by the wayside. I don't think that's necessarily a problem that's unique to this administration. Honestly, I think any administration that had come in would probably be doing just about the same thing with regards to it, because there's too much money involved and too much potential and too much, well, quite frankly, like national security and everything else involved in this whole AI thing. Like, the arguments that you don't want to be the one left out in the cold on this are very true. Like I was saying before with, like, you know, like nuclear weapons and things like that. Just because you don't make them doesn't mean somebody else won't. And if you find yourself in a situation where you have, out of principle and morals, put yourself in a situation where you can no longer sustain or defend yourself, what have you done, really? So, like, the idea that you can just pretend it doesn't exist and move about your day is unfortunately unrealistic, even though it might be ideal from a lot of perspectives. Okay, then what are you going to do about this messy problem? And nobody is taking it seriously. I hear the projections that some people are putting out, and, you know, some of that's just hype because, you know, they've got money in these things and they see the opportunity to make money, just kind of like the dot-com bubble. So they're saying anything they can say to get people to throw more money into it. But not all of it's hype. Like, some of this is very real. Like, one of the easiest industries that I can see just getting absolutely blown up is something like translations, foreign language translations. Because I'll be honest with you, like, once these smartphones get to the point where they can just hear somebody talk and translate it for you directly, like, why are you paying somebody for that at that point? That job is gone forever. And that's just one example. I mean, there's a million other examples you can produce. And then you have to also get into the economic effects that this thing is causing. And like, I mean, there's obviously the energy and environmental things, but like, let's just look at what it's done to the ability of people to buy personal computing products, which are an essential part of everyday life for everyone at this point. God help you if you need to buy a computer of any significant power right now. Like, if my computer broke right now, I don't know what I'd do. And it's not like I can't afford a new one, but like, I wouldn't want to. So imagine the people that can't. And that's not just limited to PCs. That's literally any product that has a CPU, GPU, memory chips in it, which is damn near everything now. And there's been no talk of what the ramifications are of this, the long-term ramifications of it. I mean, some people say, it should get better sometime next year, but will it? What's the motivation for the people, for like the 2 or 3 companies that develop these things to do that? And it's not like somebody else can just jump into these markets and start making these things next day. You're talking years, if not decades, to just even catch up. The Chinese have been at it for years at this point, and they're still not caught up. The you'll own nothing part looks like it's going to come true, but the you'll be happy part is being replaced by you're going to be absolutely fucking miserable. I mean, the silver lining for this, and I think for some industries it will come to this eventually, is that the smart long-term play with AI is not to just fire everyone and replace them with AI. It's to figure out how to make AI make you more productive as a whole. Like, the current paradigm seems to be keep productivity the same while cutting costs. Whereas I think the correct paradigm would be increase productivity at current levels. I think that's going to be the long-term winner in terms of approaches, but that's not going to be the case for all industries. Like I said before, there's just some cases where a human just becomes completely unnecessary. And in those cases, like, well, then what do you do? And that's not an easy answer. I mean, a free market economist is just going to tell you, well, you know, the market's going to solve that. You know, eventually some market's going to show up that they'll be able to get a job in. Like, okay, when? And if they're 50 years old, will that really happen? You're like, and that's the kind of question that nobody can answer. And part of the reason nobody can answer is because they know the answer is not a good one. But Yeah, I mean, like, anybody that's telling you they've got the answer for any of this, oh my God, that was unreal. Oh, man. I guess I'm going to blame myself. I probably should have never allowed myself to get on the left side there, but even still, man. I got bullied pretty hard there. Yeah, I mean, it might be hypocritical in a sense to say something like this because it's maybe just oversimplifying the problem, but I think that the current educational paradigm of trying to shield children from harm and discomfort as much as possible has raised a generation of adults that don't know how to deal with problems that are right in front of their face, other than to try to pretend they don't exist. And my generation is probably prime example number one. Like, I think part of the reason that the younger generations have a little bit different attitude and they're getting so upset about some of this stuff is when I grew up, things were pretty nice. So it was easy to kind of ignore the problems. But like the younger generations now, like it's not so nice for them. Like as much as people try to coddle them and may try to coddle them and tell them things are fine, like they can see the reality around them and know that they're not exactly being told the truth. It's made them extremely cynical and led to them basically ignoring any kind of authority with regards to this and searching out anyone that seems like they might have a better solution. Like, the institutions have no one to blame for the loss of trust they've experienced over the last decade and a half. You didn't get there by an accident. You got there because you haven't been truthful with the people you're supposed to be truthful with. For whatever reason it may have been. Like, it doesn't matter what the reason is. Sooner or later, reality and truth gets its day. Only question is, what kind of position are you going to be in to deal with it when it happens? All right, one more. One more. Let's make this one work. Like, it's really it's easy to understand why people lie. It's extremely easy to understand. It's extremely tempting to lie. And this is not me saying that you need to be blunt about everything. But sooner or later, there's a consequence for lies. Whether it be the psychological consequence or a real-world result. Like, I think it's important for people to respect themselves and to think that they are a truthful and good person. But in order to do that, you actually have to be one. And then to be a liar but think that you're a truthful and honest person, you have to either be some kind of weird narcissist or psycho. And one of the most pernicious things that a society can do, and it's one of the things I think people need to most be careful about, is to require people to lie to themselves about the reality they see in front of their faces. Like, that's the kind of societal rot that you can't undo. And, you know, part of me wants to think that it used to be better with regards to things like that. And maybe it was, but I also have to be honest with myself and say that maybe the only reason I thought it was that way is because before, a lot of the messaging and narratives that were given to the public were a lot more narrow and controlled by a smaller number of institutions. Like, one of the things the internet has done is it has quote-unquote democratized the flow of information. Now, there have obviously been a lot of downsides to that, but one of the absolute positives that has come out of that is how much institutions that a lot of people thought they could trust have actually been just lying to us. And once that kind of societal trust, that institutional trust is gone, like, there's really no way to get it back without drastic deconstruction and reconstruction, even then. Or there's the shortcut that sometimes people take, which is if you can whip up a lot of fervor over a war or something like that, people can forget things like that because they see something greater at stake. But these days, the consequences of a war for a civilized society, so to speak, are so drastic that nobody wants to do that on a very large scale, realistically. Which is why you'll see them going around and bullying countries that can't fight back on a reasonable scale. Like, why a country like Iran would want a nuke is really easy to understand. I mean, look at North Korea. Once they got nukes, nobody messes with them anymore. I mean, people talk and give all kinds of bluster, but nobody ever talks about messing with North Korea from a military standpoint. I guess it's just a similar thing to the idea of an armed society as a polite society in that sense. Most of these politicians are a lot more pragmatic than people want to give them credit for. I mean, sometimes you really do get some nutballs, but if you think things in pretty simple terms, such as like power, leverage, and money, what ends up happening usually isn't a mystery. Wow. That's too bad, mistakes there. I don't know why I didn't pick up the jar, and then I don't know why I didn't throw the jar to the right. I don't get it. I was perfectly locked in there, perfectly concentrating. That was a disaster. Not really nervous or thinking about anything else there. It's just, oh man, that was bad. Alright. This really is the last time. Alright. 3, 2, 1, hey. Alright, we're gonna make this work. I don't know. Like, I'm probably talking too much. If I'm being honest. Like, I can't deny that that's probably got a lot of the reasons I've been playing as well, but it's not only that. Like, I mean, it really is hard to do something like this where your movements have to be extremely precise while you're talking. And it's probably why a lot of the times when you'll see like really, really good speedrunners doing something, I mean, they really don't talk that much, honestly. Or they'll pick their spots. You know, like here's a point where I don't have to really pay much attention. But I mean, that's just kind of one of the balancing acts of doing something like this, I think, though. That's an experience thing and then a skill issue. It's not impossible. I'm just not good enough at it yet. That's all. No, there's no need for anything like that. Like I said, like I just have to be smarter about kind of picking my points. Like I don't know. Like I mean, what I was discussing today, like I've got a lot of opinions on that. Especially over here, I mean, there's really not that many people to talk about that kind of stuff with because, I mean, they got their own problems over here. And, you know, I could talk about that for a long time, too. But it came up. I had something to say, so I said it. That's about it. I don't know. I'm brain dead today. What am I doing? I guess. Lost my mind. At least when it's coming to playing this game anyway. It's my old axiom about, I have 3 things to do. Pick 2. I can do like 2 things at once, and then once you throw the 3rd one in there, things start to get messy. It's part of why, like, I have never been able to envision myself being able to play the piano. Also, part of the reason I always wanted to learn. Because I got the feeling that if I learned how to play the piano, I'd get better at multitasking. Because, you know, you have to do your left hand, your right hand, and your feet at the same time. And, like, a lot of times what happens with me when I try to do that is, like, I try to do one thing with my right hand, and then my left hand does the exact same thing, even though I needed to do something else, you know, something like that. Coordination issue. Obviously, it's not possible for me to do 2 different things with both hands because I'm playing a video game. But I mean, it's a classic thing with me with driving. It's like, okay, so I have to keep from getting in a wreck. I have to, you know, keep the car on the road, and then I have to pay attention to directions. Well, I guess you can kind of put those last 2 in the same one, you know, keeping the car on the road and like, paying attention to where I'm going. And so when you add in a passenger that I'm talking to, like a lot of times, I don't get into wrecks. Like I've never been into like a driving wreck before. But a lot of times, like I'll miss a turn. Or like my instincts will turn on, and like because I'm on this road and usually I'm doing this thing on this road, even though this time I need to do something different, like I'll just run off an instinct and go in the wrong direction or something like that, you know? I always kind of wondered if I'd learned how to play the piano when I was younger, would I be better at that? Have you ever watched somebody play an electone before? I can't even fathom how they do that. Like, the idea that I could ever be able to do that just doesn't register. If there's anyone who doesn't know what an electone is, I guess just the simplest way to say it is a much more complicated piano. All right. Convinced that rat was going to come and try to sneak up on me there. Guessed wrong. Oh. That sucks. Me a second. But just to kind of explain that there, like people who run this game probably know, but for anyone who doesn't, that last room with the two levers, when you come through that door, if you go straight down or if you're pressing the down button, you get that dialog box there. However, if you press to the right, and only to the right, you will walk out that door to the right and that dialog box doesn't appear, and you can save about a second there. I was holding down and right, so I triggered the dialog box. So that cost me about a second getting rid of it. I remember the first time I watched the speedrun of the game, that was one of the first things I noticed was, wait, why didn't you get the dialogue box coming out the door? What kind of magic is this? Cheating. But now I know. Just for whatever reason, the game there is set to trigger off the down button for that dialogue box. If you're in a certain range. You can actually get the dialogue box to trigger in the lower half of the room too. I've done that before. Okay. That was unfortunate. Oh man, it's gonna suck if I die. Half a heart's pretty dangerous situation. There's a lot of easy ways to take a half heart damage. If that skeleton had suddenly gone right there, I was dead. That monster came up there and almost finished me off. Okay, can I have a good pattern, please? No. Beggars can't be choosers today. Have to live with it. Currently a thoroughly mediocre time, but just need to try to keep the mistakes to a minimum. Try to pull this out. See if I can make up some time on the boss fight. This could be much worse. Still workable. I can have a decent lawnmowless fight. Won't be a run I'm happy with, but it's a run I can still use. Oh man, that's dumb and bad. What is that? I'm gonna mess up that. Come on. Alright. Not a good one. Not doing anything to shed the ugly monitor on this run. Moniker. Not monitor. Just in case some people didn't notice, I killed 2 worms there. Oh, come on, still not dead? I was hoping something like no dice. Oh, that's terrible, but whatever. I'll work with what I got. Oh, come on, man. This is a perfect example of trying to save microseconds and losing seconds. The exact kind of thing you don't want to do. All right. This play's been filtering me hard recently. Time to fix that. Oh no. Minor problem. Now I'm a bomb short. But that can be fixed pretty easily. That's not that big of a deal. Changes the menu math just a little bit. You know, that's actually kind of an interesting thing to look at from a speedrunning perspective, because I ran out of bombs there. I didn't have to open the menu to get the lantern out. Actually saved me a little bit of time. If I could still get the necessary bombs and do that, it might make sense to put down 2 bombs there. All right. Not too bad a situation. Not great. Ooh, okay. I could have really done it unblocked. Good. Thank you. Okay. Finally, I'm through. I'll be about 20 seconds ahead. Oh, look at that. Okay, we're in decent shape. I can imagine if I'd done well up until that point. That was a little fast there. That was a bad line going left. That was too low. There's a little bit of leeway on that dash there. If you get it right, you kill the bird and the little bug under the bush, but if you get it wrong, the bird hits you. I got it wrong. All right. Oh, man. I really thought that line was okay. I didn't think I was going to bonk off that bush. I was wrong. All right. Ding ding. That's unlucky. A lot of damage here. Okay, what do I get today? start. Okay, can't complain. One. Gonna come out about even. Not gonna really pick up time or lose time here. It'll be a little bit one way or the other, maybe. Won't be dead even, but it'll be close. I might lose a little bit of time. That wasn't really a clean run there. Bonk here, and then I took a lot of damage on the way up the tower. So I wouldn't be surprised if I lose a little bit of time. But a 1 puts me on par with the PB, so it won't be too much of a difference. Yeah, lost 4 seconds, that's about right. Considering the mistakes I made, yeah, that's about right. That pig tried. It's kind of got lucky, honestly. I could have done a lot worse. That's dumb. I don't know why I took the line out on the way in, but I did. Pretty messy run to the palace here, honestly. Gave away a good 2 or 3 seconds. At least. Could have and should have done a lot better than that. Alright. Huh. If you know, you know. Fell asleep at the wheel there on that downward dash. I shouldn't have dashed so far. Silly way to waste time. Get the turtle room right today. Real question. The answer was no. It wasn't that bad, but it was not good. He wasn't too nice to me there. It's going to be time neutral or save just a little bit. I think I'm maybe like 25 seconds ahead. Who knows? Maybe less. I don't know. I'd be surprised if I lost time here, but it's not impossible. Okay, save 0.3 seconds. Yay. I'm better than losing 0.3 seconds. Oh, there went those 0.3 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get to dig holes, barring some bizarre, unforeseen circumstance right here. Just decided to stab the pig man today. It's just easier that way, rather than have him throw a spear at me. and me being irritated about it. What the? Overcautious there because I messed up the other day. All right. That's too bad. But if I can get it on this one fairly early and then get a low treasure box game, at least we still got something to work with. Not over yet, but we're in trouble. Got it. Okay, I'm not gonna get off screen though. Okay. Alright, it's still worth continuing. May die on the treasure box game, but it's still worth continuing at the moment. Assuming I can actually perform a dash properly. Right now, I'm probably approximately 25 seconds behind. So I need the treasure box game to be a 1 or a 2, realistically. Anything more than that, things start getting a little ugly. That didn't help. Dashed up there, opened the menu, and forgot why. Amazingly. is exactly the kind of mistake I don't need. I always hate that. Okay, moment of truth. What's it gonna be? Is this where it dies? Or do I have life? It's not a 1, so we're already in trouble. I need it to be a 2. It's not a 2, this is gonna be rough, especially after that flute miss. And it's a 2. Okay. Alright. Okay. We're roughly 45 seconds behind. That's enough to work with. Oh, that's bad. That is really bad. That is disastrously bad. Uh-oh. Oh man, I did not need that. Oh boy, can I fix that? I hope that didn't screw me. I was already 1 bomb down. If I'd been even there, it wouldn't have been as big of an issue, but I was already 1 bomb down. I lost 2. Probably gonna have to pick supply. Absolutely have to pick some up somewhere, but the bigger question is where. And will it be in time to blow up the things I need to blow up? I'm not too sure about that, honestly. I may be in trouble. Unfortunate. Silly little things like that causing me to lose time. That was fortunate. Balance down. Okay, I need bombs. Where can I get bombs? Can I get bombs here? Can I get bombs here? If I can get... Oh, come there. A bomb. It's not nearly enough. lost probably about 5 seconds picking those bombs back up, and another second losing them. Not good. Ah. It's too early. Oh man, this is bad now. It's one of those hurry up mistakes. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. That could have been bad. Worked out. I'm going to be about a minute behind in this dungeon, which is not good, to say the least. But it's not over. Taunting me with that bomb there. Bad. A minute or so behind. That means I lost, outside of the shovel game, I lost like 30 seconds there. That is pretty dire. That is pretty bad. Not going to lie. Because, let's say, 45 seconds for the shovel game and then 12 seconds for the treasure box game. Let's just kind of be a little generous with the time there. That's still roughly 25 seconds I lost elsewhere. That's pretty inexcusable. Uh-oh. Okay. I was real close to portaling too close to that door. Okay, good mummy room, please. This has been awful recently. Oh, Lord. Well, I've really done it now. Worked out better than it should have. Worked out better than it had any right to. Oh. Found mistakes again. Oh boy, this is bad. Oh God. think I'm going to die is what's going to happen. Because I can guess what's going to happen. Either this thing's going to kill me here or the fireworm is going to kill me on the dash. It looks like it's going to be the fireworm. And I keep messing up menus and throwing away time. This is, oh no, he let me live. Look at that. Well, let's see what happens. I've got a good chance of dying on this fight. That's not a good start. I got lucky. He went low. Low. He goes low there. It's really easy to deal with him. Gonna lose a little bit of time, I think, when I should have picked up time, unfortunately. Or maybe I will pick up time. I didn't deserve to pick up time, but it did. Picked up like 10-15 seconds there, if that's the case. Let's go get Bombos. Leave me alone. Oh man, come on. Okay. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I don't know whether the dash didn't prime, but whatever. That was unfortunate. Stupid skeleton. Ah. This jellyfish didn't get in the way today. That jellyfish. I knew that was going to happen, but still did it anyway. What am I doing? Silly mistake. I don't know what the timer's going to look like on this when I'm almost 100% lost time, but how much I don't know. I'm lucky it won't be too much. Maybe like 3 or 4 seconds. It sounds about right. This is the sort of a really hard split to beat. Okay, 5 seconds, I'll take it. For how that split went, that's about right. Okay, can I pick up time here? Oh. Wow. Oh. Oh, that's not a good bomb placement. Still need a bomb. Still need a bomb somehow. Give me garbage today, thank you. That was really lucky. Need bomb very badly. Oh, that's a run killer. Oh, that's it. That's kind of unlucky. Not the him splitting up like that, like what the ice did to me there. Like I was going to be fine right until the second ice block clinked off my sword and ruined my sword charge. Something I didn't even realize was going to happen, but it did. And that made it impossible to hit him before he broke up. And once he splits up like that, and I haven't hit him at all, like it's at least 20 seconds. So it's over at that point. So all right, well, didn't go the way I wanted it to, but it kind of made something out of nothing there. Considering how the RNG went, being in that position at that point's not too bad, so all the indicators are kind of going in the right direction right now. I just need the RNG to work out and then avoid mistakes like that, and then I should be able to get something soon. I mean, it's 2 days in a row where I had a realistic shot of hitting PB, so it's not that dire of a situation. But anyway, that's going to be all for this stream, unfortunately. But thanks everybody for watching. Thanks for comments. Sorry it took so long to finally get a run going, but at least I did get one run in of decent significance. But I'll be back and do it again tomorrow, same as always. So hope to see you there, everyone. Have a good one. After this, I'm going to be streaming Mugenics again for the first time about a week or so. Do my collarless cat runs starting today. So I'm just going to kind of be playing Mugenics on and off. Like I finished up Meaning of the Holler yesterday, and I don't know, I didn't want to immediately jump into New Game Plus with that game. I didn't feel like, so we're going to play Mugenics today. So alright, but that's all again, and as always, thanks, and hope to see you next time. Have a good one, everyone. Be back in about 10 or 15 minutes.